Absolutely so.
Hang out running.
Right.
Running with recording. Oh, okay. Yes.
Are you ready? Where do I need to stand? In front of that camera?
I'll need to adjust it. If you can stand sort of here,
Okay.
that should be ideal. Can you just make sure it's okay?
Do we need that screen behind us because it's the wrong?
I can disable that.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, I think we're about time to start. I do love it when a conference just kind of runs itself, when you all go quiet. So I know I'm supposed to be doing something. First things first, enormous welcome to the inaugural conference as a Society for One Place Studies. For those of you who I haven't met already, I think I've probably met everybody in the room, hopefully. I'm Kirsty Gray, and I've chaired the Society for the first year. There are other people in the room that I think it's important to announce their presence. The people who are on the committee who are in the room are Janet, if you want to stand up. This is Janet Pugh, for those of you that don't know Janet. She's vice chaired and also been our education officer this year. Kim Baldacchino, who has been our amazing webmaster, from not knowing any skills at all about web design, literally. She designed the Society's website. So Susie, who's trying to hide behind her camera, so that's Susie Morley, who you've all been having emails from. Who I think it's fair to say, without her, I probably wouldn't have managed to get here in the manner that we have. So thanks very much to Susie for all her organisational skills. And telepathy, which from Suffolk to Wiltshire has worked amazingly well. It's remarkable. So those are the committee people that are in the room. Obviously some other important people that you'll get to meet during the course of the day today. I get to start off today with the really boring bit. We're not expecting a fire alarm. You know we have to do this bit. But if we do have a fire alarm, the easiest place to get to from here is the car park, which I'm assuming that most of you will have parked in, which is the big one that's actually straight out the window there. You can go out the back exit there, straight up out the window. And you can see from the window. You can go out the back exit there, there's a door just at the side there, and you can also obviously go out of the door there. So you've got lots of different exits. Those are store cupboards, so don't go in those if we do have a fire alarm. Not a very sensible place to go. Although they are fire doors, so who knows. Anyway, we'll not go there. If you've got mobiles, obviously please feel free to use them, because I know lots of you are Twitterers and Facebookers and things like that, massively into social media that we are. But please, if you can put them on silent, she says, knowing that mine isn't, but I'll do it in a minute. So that obviously if you've got ping notifications, and retweets and stuff like that, it doesn't go off and affect any of the presentations. I think that's all the boring bits from me. So the best bit that I get to do today is actually introduce some of the speakers, which is lovely. Now, I've known Phil, known in inverted commas, for a long time actually, although we don't speak very often. We actually, I didn't even know he lived in Swindon, and I live in Calne, which is 12 miles away from you, I think, something like that. But we kind of know each other by sight from being beaverers away at Kew. And Phil's one of those people that when I first went to Kew, when I was about 19, 4 years ago that, I always saw Phil and I always knew that he was an expert, and anything that I would ever need to know, I knew that actually if I kind of sidled up to Phil, I could probably go, excuse me, but can you help me do this? Even though he doesn't work there, he's just a researcher. And I got in touch with him actually via a good friend of mine, Sarah Minnie, who was very rude about me last night on Facebook, I saw. And she put me in touch with Phil and we were looking to put together the conference programme. Now inside the programme there's information about Phil. I'm not going to read that out for you. You can find out more about him in there. The one thing I will say is he's a pen and sword author. He's written copious books about the topic that he's loosely talking about today, which is World War I. So without further ado, I shall hand you over to Phil, and Bob is currently rifling in his pocket. Which I hope is just to get microphone, not to steal the money that he came up with. So I'll hand you over to Phil Tomaselli.
Thank you. Is the microphone working?
Yep.
Seems to be. Good-o. Right. A little bit more about me. I don't know what they've written in the pamphlet. I am in fact Northumbrian, but you wouldn't think so from my accent. Born in Northumberland, raised in Bristol, lived in Exeter for about 12 years, and have been living in Swindon for the last 25. And it's not as bad as you possibly imagine. It's close to a lot of nice places. That's probably the best thing you can say about it. I actually cut my teeth on local history 40 years ago when I was given a project at school to do something on your local area. And since the local area I lived in was a housing estate built in the 1960s on a greenfield site, it seemed appropriate to do something on a little tiny hamlet called Queen Charlton, which is a mile or so over the fields. This was back in the days before the internet, before word processors, anything like that, where if you wanted to contact an archive, you actually wrote to them in a handwritten letter and they sent you things by the post. And I spent months doing a project on the history of this village, which I never completed, never published. It was better than anything anybody had ever done before, I think, and it's been mouldering in my father's loft for about 40 years. So if there's one thing I want you to take away from this today, when you've done your research, when you've finished it, write it up and publish it, please. Otherwise it will moulder in somebody's loft and then get thrown out when somebody dies. The First World War and localities. Awful lot of work has been done and is being done on what you might call the big picture. The big personalities, Haig, Lloyd George, the generals, the battles, the Somme, Passchendaele. Awful lot of work is being done on the small picture by family historians who have discovered that their ancestor fought in the war, tracked him down and found out what he did. Local history, I think, kind of brings the two together because people lived in locations, they worked there, their families were there, their background was there. So much of what they did was influenced by the kind of place that they lived. Much less so these days, I think. I've lived next door to a chap for 20 years, and I think I've been in his house twice. I speak to him every day, but I don't know most of the other people in my street. It was different in those days, and I think it's important that we remember that. We do tend to see things through the lens of the Second World War, where there was much more big organisation. All the lessons, or most of the lessons from the First World War had been learned, so that, for example, conscription came in on day one of the Second World War. You had no option, there was no question of volunteering, that kind of thing. munitions productions and things were centralised at the start of the Second World War because they weren't during the First World War, and people had to learn what they were doing. And I think there's a couple of other things that we need to remember about the First World War period, is that most people, most average people, had no connection with the state at all. Most people couldn't vote, no women could vote. At least 40% of men couldn't vote because there was a property qualification, so that most people didn't vote for their MP and probably didn't know who he was. No national health service, only a very rudimentary national welfare system, which provided some unemployment benefit for some workers, and a basic old age pension that had only been started 3 or 4 years before. So the vast majority of people, though they might be paying into the fund through national insurance, got nothing back, had got nothing back out of it. Most people didn't pay tax. They might pay duties on things that they bought, but fewer than 1 million people paid income tax at the start of the 20th century, and even by 1939, it was only 20%. Police forces were local, far more local than they are now. So if you got involved with the police, it was somebody local, from your local borough or your local county. Unless you committed a really serious crime, you were tried by a justice of the peace who was local and who quite probably knew something vaguely about you, especially if you were a ne'er-do-well from the area who was up before him before. The only national institution that most people came into contact with was the post office, because the post office delivered their letters, their postcards, and provided the one banking service that people could rely on. Awful lot of people had an account with the post office. During the course of the war, central government involvement in people's lives increased massively. But at the start of the war, barely any involvement at all. Let's talk about the army. Almost every county in England had its local regiment. There were some counties that were so small they were deemed not large enough to support one, like Cambridgeshire and Herefordshire and Monmouthshire, depending whether that's in England or Wales. They were an artificial creation. They were dumped on the counties in 1882 in an attempt to get recruitment locally. Prior to that, you could join a regiment that was nominally called the North Gloucestershire Regiment. You could be from anywhere. They would send recruits out wherever they happened to be based and pick people up. And it was decided in 1882 to give each county a regiment, based it in the county, and hopefully it would recruit locally and build up a sort of what we might now call a corporate ethos, but I don't think they'd use those words then. There were peculiarities. I live in Swindon. Most of what I'll be talking about is about Wiltshire, so you will excuse me. The Wiltshire Regiment was formed of 2 battalions, one of which had been a Scottish regiment for as long as anyone could remember, and all of a sudden 800 Scotsmen were dumped down in the middle of Devizes and told they were now the Wiltshire Regiment. By the start of the First World War, after about 30 years, the local regiment tended to be full of local people. But you can't guarantee that because you weren't obliged to join the local regiment. And there were plenty of regiments, cavalry regiments, the Royal Artillery, etc., that recruited across the whole country. So nominally local regiments, but not necessarily strictly. The one military institution that really is local is the territorial force, what we now call the Territorial Army. It's changed its title several times. Part-time soldiers, recruited locally, lived locally, trained locally part-time. They had their drill halls, which you still see scattered about small towns. There's one in Swindon. I gave a talk in Canterbury in a drill hall there. They were run by county-based committees, so the local bigwigs were involved. And they formed up into regional divisions, Western Division, Northern Division, Lancashire Division, that kind of thing. So they had very much a local ethos and a local focus. Swindon, because it had a big railway works full of engineers, provided a company of Royal Engineers to their division. As with ordinary soldiers, after the war, all their records were taken up to London and, of course, most of them destroyed in the Blitz in 1940. But you will still find, quite often in your local records office, records of the territorial force, registers, sets of accounts, reports talking about which particular units have done what, and well worth it as a source if you can find one. One plea I will make on behalf of military historians and family historians generally, because so many soldiers' records were destroyed in the Second World War, for an awful lot of people, there's very little information about them. Now, 1918 election was the first election in which all men over the age of 21 were entitled to vote. And because the election was held so quickly after the end of the war, they produced what was called the absent voters roll for soldiers who were serving, not necessarily even abroad, but they might be on garrison duty in Doncaster when they came from Devizes. So the Devizes roll, for example, would have details of all the soldiers who were away, what units they were in, not just their regiments, but often which companies they were in, or if it was in the Navy, what ships they were in. Those are invaluable for family historians. So many of them seem to have disappeared. No one can find any for Wiltshire, but if you find any, please, please, please make it public. I know that Bridport have just discovered their absent voters roll recently and found it an absolute gem. The volunteer movement, often overlooked, it was a bit like the First World War equivalent of the Home Guard. Awful lot of men who weren't fit to serve, who were too old to serve, or had jobs that were too important for them to be conscripted or taken away, still wanted to do their bit. And the volunteer movement, it began in 1914 when men of my kind of age said, I want to do something, got together as local groups and decided that they were going to do sentry duty, guarding bridges, guarding railways, things like that. Gradually, the government incorporated them using the 1804 Volunteer Act and placed them all under the command of the county sheriff. The volunteers bought their own weapons. They wore a brassard or an armband with GR on it, inviting the comment that it stood for Grandad's Regiment. Gradually, the War Office gave them uniforms. Gradually, they were incorporated into the bigger picture of the War Office. Records for these are extremely sparse, but they were all across the country. All of them did their bit. And again, if you find anything, it is worth letting people know where these kind of records might be. The only real place I think I've ever seen them is in regimental museums, because towards the end of the war, they were grouped together as nominal battalions of the local regiment. So you might find the 17th brackets Volunteer Battalion of the King's Own Royal Lancasters, and you might find something like that in the Regimental Museum. Conscription. British Army didn't have conscription. British government didn't want conscription at the start of the war. There had been people who talked about bringing conscription in prior to the war, because most foreign countries, France and Germany, for example, conscripted everybody over a certain age, gave them a certain amount of training, and kept them in the reserve till they were about 45. So they could instantly call out armies of millions of men. We couldn't, and we didn't. We tried to rely heavily on volunteers, and it was very successful, at least at the start. But by the end of 1915, it was painfully obvious that the volunteers were not keeping up with the levels of men that were needed. So in January 1916, conscription was introduced. All single men between 18 to 45 were liable to be called up. They later extended it to married men and to men up to 51. Now, this was all organised nationally by the Ministry of Labour, but you could appeal against it, and appeals were all organised locally. And if you can find the appeal papers, I've seen so many people say, oh, there are no appeal papers anywhere. Well, there's an awful lot of them in the Wiltshire archives, tucked away. Occasionally one hears of other papers tucked away somewhere else. If you can find them, they are an absolute godsend for telling you about what the local population were doing, why they thought they shouldn't be conscripted. Being Wiltshire, awful lot of them are farmers, and an awful lot of them are saying, both my sons have gone to the army. I am 39 years of age. Both my sons went to the army. I'm running the farm on my own. I have a 70-year-old mother who is dependent on me. Please don't conscript me. Most of them were, in the end, though an awful lot of them were given extensions so that they could be there for the lambing or there for the harvest and that kind of thing. Small businesses, for some reason, I don't know why, coal merchants in Wiltshire seem to have got off lightly. Possibly because it has no supplies of coal of its own, and coal being a main fuel, coal has to be got from the depots to the houses, and people needed it in winter. Again, if you can find records in your local conscription review committees, please let people know. Women. I saw a video yesterday in which someone described the women as the unsung heroes of the war. And probably yes, because with so many men being called up, I mean, they tended to go for the single men, but as married men were called up, so many women were left behind running their households on their own. There was an attempt to get a register of women for war service organised by the Ministry of Labour. Quite where the records of that have gone, I don't know. They were probably held centrally, but thousands and thousands of women went to work. In July 1914, there were only 2,000 women employed in the government dockyards, factories and arsenals. By November 1918, that had risen to nearly 250,000. Transport industry, nearly 100,000 by the time the war came to an end. And between 1914 and 1918, at least 1 million women were added to the British workforce. Again, records of them are sparse. You will often find things in local newspapers, but it is worth remembering that as well as the women who are staying at home, so many women went out to work, probably for the first time. Awful lot of them went into munitions work, the munitionettes, I think they were called after the suffragettes, and worked in factories, tending to do the kind of work that skilled men didn't do, partly because the skilled men were heavily unionised, and not that they were against women in particular, but they were against unskilled labour being brought in, because they saw that as the back door by which the employers would bring in unskilled work after the war. So there was a fair bit of resistance to that. But an awful lot of women came in as teachers. I know from a study I was looking at in Swindon that an awful lot of women teachers went in to replace male teachers. Awful lot of women went into office work and things like that. So this is for the slightly more educated woman. On one of my pet subjects, which is the history of MI5, I know they recruited some of the brightest and best and most intelligent women in the country by going to the ladies' colleges at Oxford and Cambridge, Cheltenham's Ladies' College and places like that, and asking literally, who are your best women with languages and organisational skills? And they took on hundreds of them who worked for them over the course of the war. So plenty of opportunities there for women. The vast majority, I suspect, didn't do paid work at all. But there were endless opportunities for women to help out generally. Most regiments and towns ran comforts for the troops funds and had committees, prisoner of war aids committees. A friend of mine about 10 years ago was doing some work for a little old lady in Swindon and mentioned he was interested in the First World War, and she said, I'll show you what I've got in my loft. As a very young girl, she had worked for the Wiltshire Regiment Prisoner of War Relief Fund, and at the end of the war, when they closed the fund down, nobody knew what to do with their records, and she took them home. And she kept them in her loft. And I don't think, though there are some records of the fund in the Wiltshire Records Office, I still don't think he's finished working through them. He used it in part to do an absolutely excellent book on Swindon and the people who went to war. But there must be other records out there, and I would ask you, if you find them again, to make them public. Now, women knitted well in excess of 2 million pairs of socks for the troops. I know that the Salisbury Needlework Guild sent thousands of parcels to prisoners of war and to Wiltshire men at the front. Their records are all in the Wiltshire Records Office, but I'm not sure you'd necessarily think to look in a Needlework Guild records for records of the war. And they're invaluable because the soldiers all wrote back and said thank you. They tend to be slightly formulaic, the letters, as if the sergeant was standing over them saying, write and say thank you very much for the nice pair of socks, which I'll graciously appreciate it, because they all tend to run like that. But they have, again, the soldier, his number, his regiment, his company, and sometimes even his platoon in them. So they're well worth looking for if you can find them. Another set of records might be worth looking for. I enjoyed looking for them when I heard about it. A subject so abstruse, I've written here, that I don't even think it has a Wikipedia page, and that is the National Horse Census. Yes. The army, then as now, was run as cheaply as possible and never had enough horses to do what it might be required to do. When they saw the war coming, which they saw the war coming round about 1908, 1909, they didn't know it was coming, they thought it might be. The army actually sat down and devised a plan whereby, using the Army Act, which always allowed them to go and commandeer horses and equipment from people at a moment's notice, decided this was how they were going to proceed in the event of war. The British Expeditionary Force, which they worked out who was going and where it was going and what it was going to do, on the outbreak of war would take horses from all the units that were staying at home, and the units that were staying at home would take horses locally. They purchased horses locally, but you didn't have much option. They came and said, we are taking Dobbin and the price is 5 guineas. So they organised the 1909 horse census, which was carried out by the police, because the police were, being local, knew where the horses would be, knew where the farms were that had lots of horses, knew where the companies were that had lots of horses. They carried out the first census in 1909. There was a slight problem in that the police weren't horse experts. They could go along and say, it's got 4 legs, it's a horse, and possibly it's a big horse or a small horse. And 1 or 2 senior police officers actually said that they didn't like doing it because they felt it broke the sacred trust between the public and the police, in that they were making a list for the army to come along and take away people's horses. So the 1911 Army Act made the responsibility of the territorial force. And they did. They went round, they went to farms, They made lists of horses, they made arrangements for their collection, made arrangements for where they were to be sent to afterwards. Lots of the details of these are available in the territorial horse records if you can find them in the county area. And lots of people complained. There are a few thin files on the Wiltshire horse census where various farmers complain about it. And it gives you lots of information about the kind of work that was being done on the farms, why they needed the horses, why they didn't want to lose the horses. In fact, in August 1914, you've probably all seen the film War Horse, where the boy's horse gets taken away by the army. They would have known about that. The horses pretty much were numbered by the army, who said, in the event of war, we are coming for that one, that one, and that one. They took the horses, they paid the farmers the money. 135,695 horses were requisitioned immediately within days of the start of the war. And by June 1915, they'd requisitioned 70,000 heavy horses, 8% of the total used in agriculture, and 25% of the entire saddle horse stock of the country. These were the ones that officers could ride, and possibly gunners in the artillery and that kind of thing. So they were forced then to rely on importing horses, first of all from Canada, then as far afield as Argentina. And to cater for them, they built an entire organisation which was countrywide under the Army Remount Service, which had brought their horses in through Liverpool and Avonmouth docks, had big special reception camps at Ormskirk near Liverpool and Shirehampton near Avonmouth. There was a training depot at Romsey and a depot near Southampton that sent the horses directly to France. But every army command, there was Southern Command, Western Command, Northern Command, Eastern Command, had across its command a whole series of collection stations, training stations, all there for working with horses. I know that Eastern Command had depots at Pluckley in Kent, Brentwood, Luton, Market Harborough, Kettering, Redhill at Bedford. And the Brentwood depot had a sub-depot at Elsenham near Bishop Stortford, which collected all the wicked horses from the Eastern Command for special treatment. And I was delighted to discover that just down the road outside Swindon, a little village called Purton, there was a farmer Brown who had a small horse training farm that was specifically for army horses. So again, it's something worth looking out for. And one little thing which tickled me when I read about it, because again, it sort of comes back to War Horse, the film. At its peak, the army had 870,000 horses. Most had been brought in from abroad. At the end of the war, 133,000 horses were brought back to Britain to be sold. In fact, there's a lot of kerfuffle in some of the War Office files about whether it's more important to bring horses back or men. They decide in the end it's men, because the men start getting uppity at the thought that their transport's being used by horses. 200,000 horses were sold in France. Some were actually sold to the Germans, provided they paid in neutral currency. 44,000 were actually sold to the French for meat. The army did bring in a scheme, which again goes back to War Horse, where if you were a soldier and you worked with a particular horse, and you were about to be demobilized and your horse was about to be demobilized, a lot of soldiers approached their commanding officer and said, I would like to buy Dobbin as my horse. We've worked together for the whole of the war, or for the last couple of years. The army wouldn't let them do it. There were no rules that allowed soldiers to buy horses. There were rules that said all horses had to be auctioned, and the army wasn't going to break its rules. What the army did say is there is no rule that prevents us telling you when that horse is coming up for auction. And you could register a particular interest in a horse, and when that horse actually came up for auction, you would receive a telegram from the War Office, which I presume you paid for, saying your horse is coming up for auction in Chelmsford on such and such a date. How many soldiers took it up? I don't know, but I know some did. I've seen stories of soldiers who actually travelled or sent their father, if they were still in France, contacted dad. Dad went and bought the horse and took them back to their farms. We're getting a little bit away from local history now. Perhaps I ought to say something about businesses. The main problem that businesses had was, of course, labour shortages. Once men began to get called up, businesses began to suffer. The conscription committee papers are full of small businesses saying, I can't really afford to lose Fred. He's the only bloke I've got who hasn't gone to the war. I need him to keep my business going. Again, awful lot of them were called up in the end, but you do tend to see individuals given an extra bit of time, a few months, whereby they could help the business sort itself out over a period before they went. And some of those give nice little snapshots of individual businesses in areas and the conditions they were going through. It did provide opportunities for women, which I have mentioned. The war also provided lots of business opportunities. We tend to think, or I tend to think, having just been to the Imperial War Museum's exhibition on the First World War, of the munitions factories as huge, absolutely enormous factory operations. Some of the photos I have there, rooms 4 or 5 times as long as this room, just full of shells, full of material, full of machinery, cranes running along the roof, and men and women working in them. There were huge factories like that. There was an enormous one at Gretna Green, just on the Scottish side of the border from Carlisle, that they set up and ran. But an awful lot of small businesses took the opportunity to take subcontracted work on doing bits and bobs of shell manufacture. But of course, the army needed huge numbers of other things: uniforms, badges, webbing, spades, horseshoes. Awful lot of companies, small manufacturing companies, took on that work and did very nicely out of it. I did some work for a local history group in Bridport, where the main industry of the town was fishing nets. They still make nets. If you go to a Premier League match these days, I am assured that 9 times out of 10, the goalmouth nets are actually made by Edwards Nets in Bridport. What on earth could they use fishing nets for? 2 things. One, camouflage netting. Huge amount of camouflage netting went out to France to camouflage the guns. Awful lot of that was made in Bridport. And the other thing, nets were designed to catch fish, but they made wire nets designed to catch submarines. And hundreds and hundreds of miles of metal fishing nets, and some standard fibre nets, were laid across the channel, across the mouths of estuaries, around ports, designed not necessarily to trap a submarine, but if a submarine got caught up in the net, it would pull the net away, and at least in theory, because each net had floats on the top, you could see the gap in the net. You could, at least in theory, see the submarine towing it away, and that would alert the naval authorities. So that's one small industry. No doubt there were scores of other small industries in the areas that you are researching that might have been able to do business with the government. How are we doing for time, Kirst?
10:39.
Then I'd best hurry up.
All right, we've got until 11:10.
Oh, well, I can grab it on for England, so it depends whether people are going to have questions. Other things to look out for. being in Wiltshire, of course, the county became pretty much an armed camp, because Salisbury Plain had been used by the army for a couple of generations as a training ground, and indeed it still is. You can't drive from Swindon to Salisbury without going through places like Tidworth, which still has a garrison, and seeing the sign saying "careful tank crossing." And all the time I have driven it, I have never seen our tank on that road, but it must be out there somewhere. As well as the established camp, there were scores of camps set up for training of soldiers, recuperation camps for soldiers, depots. They even built a Royal Flying Corps aerodrome right on top of Stonehenge, and they were flying the biggest, heaviest bombers they'd got off of there. Fortunately, none of them crashed, at least not on the stones. So all around the country are these localities. Some of them were just fields that were designated as emergency landing grounds for aircraft in the event of a problem. They're all out there. I doubt there's a central register of them, but they're worth looking for. Local landed families. I'm pleased to say that I have never actually seen Downton Abbey, but I gather that in Downton Abbey, at the start of the war, all the men put on uniforms, even the ones who were a bit too old for the uniforms. The older men tended to go and do things like run the local territorial force, run the volunteer units. Most of the younger sons, whatever else we might think of them, saw it as their duty to go and serve in the army or the navy, mostly the army, and of course they were slaughtered in their thousands. Officers were a natural target, and the Germans looked for them and they shot them before they shot anybody else. There was an article in the paper the other day. John Cleese, the comedian's father, had apparently joined up as an officer in the First World War and resigned his commission because he said, they are shooting the officers. Having resigned his commission, he went back in as a lance corporal and survived. So an awful lot of the local landed families lost one or more of their sons. I'm doing a lot of work at the moment in Highworth, which is a couple of miles up the road from where I live, where our local branch of the Western Front Association have their meetings. And on the Highworth War Memorial, there are the 4 Brown brothers from Eastrop Grange, which is a medium-sized house on the edge of the village, where the Brown family, who were connected with the big local brewery Arkles, lived. All 4 brothers were killed within 18 months of each other. And they have a memorial window in the church and appear on the war memorial. So the local landed families, always worth looking at. Going back to the conscription committee papers, I found one, an appeal not put through by Lord Lansdowne himself, but Lord Lansdowne owned Bowood House, which is a big stately home just down the road from, and his chauffeur was called up. Now, Lord Lansdowne didn't write to the committee, but his estate manager did, pointing out that Lord Lansdowne needed a chauffeur because not only was he a member of the House of Lords, but he was also on the territorial committee. He sat on various other committees involved with soldiers' relief and things like that. Not only him, but his wife sat on the committee of the Officers' Family Relief Fund, was a commandant of the local VAD, Voluntary Aid Detachment Hospital, and again sat on lots of the aid committees, and therefore it was felt appropriate that their chauffeur should be excused military service because he needed to run them around. And I think he wasn't called up. Why someone said, why doesn't Lord Lansdowne learn to drive? I don't know, but you probably didn't in those days. Demobilisation. When the war came to an end, how do you get the men back again? And what effect does it have? The army actually worked out a demobilisation plan at the end of 1917, early 1918. And they even did a desk exercise to see whether it would work. When the event actually came, the armistice still took virtually everyone by surprise. Most people expected the war to drag on until spring or summer of 1919. All of a sudden, you've got several million men in France and they all want to come home. They tried to bring out the men that were needed first. Coal miners in particular, we were desperately short of coal. We needed experienced miners back from the army. Any man that it was thought might be an employer. So small businessmen who had gone into the army were brought out in the hope that by coming back they could provide employment for men who would follow them out later. After that, it was sort of first in, first out, at least in theory. Didn't always work like that. There was a surge in unemployment after the war. Many employers have guaranteed to keep jobs open for men who'd volunteered to go. I know they did in Swindon. The railway works in Swindon promised to keep the jobs on for the men who had volunteered to go. This, of course, meant that many women who had been brought in to fill the jobs temporarily were dumped back. I was going to say on the street, but that sounds a bit, but sent away from the paid employment they had been used to. And the unemployment did cause problems. I mean, the one I know about in particular is the Great Swindon Flagpole Riot, because to celebrate the end of the war, the council spent £250 on a celebratory flagpole to be put up outside the town council offices, and they held a ceremony to inaugurate it in early 1919. Just outside Swindon, there was Chiselham Camp, which was a huge camp. It's not there now. If you know where it was, you can vaguely see where it was, but otherwise, I drove past it for years before I realised. And it was full of men who'd been sent home from France who hadn't yet been demobilised. And a lot of them turned out to the ceremony, along with a lot of unemployed soldiers who'd come out already and still not found jobs, and complained that the council had spent 250 quid on a flagpole when they could have spent it on trying to provide work for the unemployed in Swindon, or the money could have been better spent trying to speed up the demobilisation process. A fair bit of drink was taken. And in the end, some soldiers, I've heard they were Australian, no one seems to be sure, actually cut the flagpole down and burnt it, and drove off the local police, who seem to have been reasonably sympathetic, in fact, to them. They arrested a couple of men that they thought were ringleaders, but let them go next day without charge, and the police inspector was torn off a strip by the Chief Constable of Wiltshire for doing it. And for a couple of days after that, there were riots in Swindon. Unemployed people, so it was said, usually an awful lot of the local ne'er-do-wells broke into shops and things like that before eventually bad weather and a heavy-handed police presence put it down. But there were disturbances like this across the country, not on a grand scale. Very few people were hurt. Very quickly forgotten about, I think. But again, something to look for. And a scheme that was a national scheme my wife, though her father was a Cockney, ended up fighting in the King's Own Royal Lancaster Regiment by a convoluted set of processes. So she developed a fascination with the Lancaster Regiment. And we went to Lancaster one day. We were talking to a local chap, and he said, Have you seen the Memorial Village? We didn't even know there was a Memorial Village. One of Lancaster's good and sturdy citizens, his son was killed fighting in the 55th West Lancashire Division. And he decided that what was needed by way of memorial to the soldiers who were killed were not just memorials with lists of names, but he suggested that everywhere in the country should set up a memorial village that provided homes and small business facilities for injured soldiers. Now, they built one in Lancaster. The money was provided by Lancaster Council and veterans of the 55th Division, and it is still there. It was taken over by a housing association in 1989, but it's still there. It has its war memorial. The houses are all named Song, Passchendaele, Combray, even today. And there were about 30 houses built specifically for injured soldiers. Now, I know of other projects. There was one in Norwich, one in Welwyn Garden City, the Hague Homes, one in Leicester, and another one in Hampshire, whose website is rather confusing because though it says it was started in 1922, it says it was funded by money from the Egyptian government, thankful for El Alamein. But it was originally founded in or around 1920. I suspect there are others out there. I have occasionally driven through, when I used to live in Devon, occasionally, dare I say, I used to go knocking on doors for the Liberal Party in Devon, and you go to a small close of houses that were obviously built round about 1920-ish, closely grouped, not exactly council houses, not exactly almshouses. They tended to be full of older people, and I always wondered whether they were ones that were built specifically by the locality as something to do with commemorating the First World War. I never followed it up there. I was too busy doing other things. I often wish I had, but I suspect there may be scattered across the country small groups of houses like this that were specifically built as a practical way of commemorating what went on during the Great War. Now, I've come to the end of my script, apart from what I have written to go as an actual screed, something to read out. It says, as I hope we've seen, so much of the backdrop to the actual fighting of World War I occurred locally. Localities rallied round in all kinds of ways to do their bit and to quite simply help their members survive. There are an awful lot of small groups that were designed, self-help groups for women whose husbands were away to help each other, to send things to their men abroad. I'm sure there are many points that I've not raised that you're aware of, and that's surely the point of all our individual World War I projects, to dig these things out and ensure that the efforts made then are not forgotten. So I would urge you to do your bit, get out there, get researching, write it up, and ensure that what the people in your locality did is known about in the future. Go to it.
You've got questions.
I will happily take
I am
questions.
the roving microphone pattern.
Phil, you talked about volunteering and conscription. Could you say a little about the Derby scheme, which I think was in 1915, which kind of bridged the two, I think, didn't it? Yeah,
the Derby scheme, they were so keen not to introduce conscription, which they saw as foreign and against the liberties of the citizen, etc. The Lord Derby introduced what, as you say, is a kind of bridging scheme, whereby men who didn't want to go now but were happy to volunteer could volunteer now. They were given a badge saying, I volunteered, and they were promised that when they would only be called up when they were needed. And to encourage them, they were given a choice of which regiment to go into. When conscription came in, they came along and said, you're in the army and you're going over there. But people who had connections with a regiment, be it local or perhaps their granddad had been in the Coldstream Guards or something like that, were allowed to say, I will go, I will enlist, you will call me up only when I'm absolutely required, and I can then go to that regiment. And it did produce more volunteers, but never enough to fill the gap. Men who volunteered in late 1915 were called up March, April, May 1916. So all they did really was defer their entry. But you will often find it if you're looking at a family history. If you find a soldier's record, it will say enlisted September 1915, and then later down called to the colours on April 1916. So it was a brave attempt to avoid conscription, but it was never going to work.
Brilliant. Another question? You don't know how I get after the crumble last night.
Thank you. We hear quite a bit about the massive growth in women employment of the World War I period.
Yeah.
But looking at my place in East Lancashire in the 19th century, the census, an awful lot of the women were working then in the mills. Is there any data on regional variation on the extent of this increase in female employment?
There is, but I haven't seen it. No, I go to the National Archives a lot, as Kirsty has said, and I do know that there are sets of papers drawn up mainly by the Ministry of Munitions, which tends to look at munitions work, on regional figures for women's employment and that kind of thing. How well you compare that with women's employment before the war, I don't know. But there are figures out there. I just never looked at them.
I think I actually thought you used to live in the archives when I first saw you. You were there every time I was.
I found some of those soldiers' houses that were built after the war in Barnsley.
Really?
They were built with the leftover funds from the Prisoner of War Relief Fund.
Ah.
There are 4 houses. They're two sets of semi-detached houses built on the edges of what later became a council estate.
Yeah.
And they're distinctive because they're slightly larger than the standard council houses. The procedure for putting men in them was to take applications from soldiers, and they seem to have awarded the houses based on the most honourable and soldiers who had a good reputation. So if you'd been drunk or been locked up in the stockade a few times, you didn't get a house. If you'd lost both your legs or had been a prisoner of war, you got a house.
Yeah. So I'm right. I kind of knew they were out there, but as I say, I've only found a few examples, but I was sure there were others out there. I'm glad. Thank you.
One observation and one question. The observation is that you mentioned about knitting. I came across some school magazines dating back to the First World War, and the girls were sending money for bread for prisoners of war, and it named the soldiers that they were actually supplying with.
Yeah.
And they were also feeding a civilian prisoner of war who was at Relaben camp.
Yeah.
And there were letters which he had written back to the girls in the magazines. So magazines are obviously useful. My question is, I'm trying to find munitions factories in the area with little success. Was there a national register of munitions factories?
It will be in the Ministry of Munitions papers at Kew, which are, the papers are voluminous, huge amounts of paperwork. Their search engine, well, I preferred their old one, but then I'm old-fashioned.
Me too.
Yeah. I'm sure there would be a central register of the main ones. Of course, so much stuff was subcontracted. That's the problem. And whether the records for the factory that did the subcontracting would be there, I have my doubts. But the main factories, yes. But they would subcontract, as they did in the Second World War, to garages that repaired cars would produce small amounts of material, which would then go to the munitions factories. So I suppose it depends on your definition of what a munitions factory is, but there would be a central register in the munitions papers. It's MUN series at the
Original
National
title.
Archives. Yeah. Oh, they now have a new system whereby if any, so many government departments have sprung up since 1960. In the old days, it was ADM for Admiralty, WO for War Office, Air for Air, PEN for pensions, MUN for munitions. So many government departments now that they have a pre-prepared list of departmental categories, which when a government department that existed for 5 years in the 1970s decides to release its papers, it might have been the Department for Speed Development in Aircraft, but it will get a reference of ZK because that's the next one on the list. So. But it's a sign of how much government has grown over the last 50 years that they have had to do that. So.
I got my wife to look at some of the appeals stuff against conscription because it was all in shorthand, just as a note. Unfortunately, shorthand's changed over the years and it's quite difficult. But our area is agricultural. My question really is, with the appeals, do you know what the effect on agricultural production was in the war? You know, were they able to produce enough food, or I heard more about the Second World War with that. But.
There was an equivalent of the Women's Land Army in the First World War. Massive numbers of German prisoners of war were used on the land, again as in the Second World War. I think there was a desperate shortage of labour. And of course, that combined with the submarine attacks on shipping meant that they did have to introduce rationing, which was against everything. Another one of those things they really didn't want to have to do in 1917. So, yes, it did affect the amount of food produced, but I couldn't provide you with figures.
I can't actually answer the business about figures, but my mother, who was born in 1900 and lived her life in London during the war, talked about the fact that Londoners were actually using cart grease as spread on bread when they could get bread, because there was no butter and the margarine was unspeakable. Yeah. And they actually used, now she might have been well given to exaggeration, but I'm perfectly sure that the big urban centres will have suffered more than those of us who lived out more out in the country, where we knew somebody who could probably slip us, you know, a little bit of butter and a bit of fresh milk. But that is extant. And I had that verbally.
I can well believe it. I mean, oddly enough, I've not studied that in this country, but I have studied it in Germany, where again the big cities really suffered. Yeah. Not so bad in the countryside. If you could get out into the countryside, you'd find a farmer who would. But if you were stuck in the city, in Germany at least, by November 1918, you were starving. Yeah. So I can well believe it in this country, not thankfully quite as bad, but yes. Yeah.
I've been looking at rural areas in particular, and as early as August 1914, there was great nervousness about getting in the harvest with so many men enlisting. But it really seems to have kicked in as a problem with labour, particularly in 1917 and 18, and that's when rationing was just beginning to be introduced, particularly the U-boat war. But it was all hands to the pump. I mean, it was 250,000 about uniform women's services, women's land army, women's forestry corps, and groups like that. The other thing was they enlisted school children, collecting fruit for keelers and heartless, chestnuts for acetone in explosives, but I don't think that worked very well. And certainly I found examples of the school leaving age being dropped by a year so that they could get more children back into the workforce. And there is a real sense of crisis and difficulty. And the script that the women who served in the Women's Land Army in the Forestry Corps got actually has a wording that says, they were as much on the front line, words to that effect. They were doing as much as our men in the trenches and at sea to make sure we won the war.
And virtually completely forgotten about. I mean, as were the Women's Land Army in the Second World War until relatively recently. I think that most of them are only still getting the medals that they've become entitled to. But in the First World War, very quickly forgotten about.
They've just opened a memorial at the
Arboretum, yes.
This week.
Last question here. Sorry, it might be a bit frivolous. Related to Lord Lansdowne and his chauffeur, there used to be an exhibit at the Army Flying Corps Museum at Little Waller.
Yeah.
A lot of the women who could drive at this time were daughters of upper middle class families, and they were at least volunteered to drive army officers around. And this caused a problem because the officers would normally have been expected to get out first and open the door. Whereas they were in fact the driver for the officer, and so the driver lady had to get out and open the door for the officer. And this caused all sorts of problems, apparently.
Thank you.
Brilliant, and I think a very suitable end to this session. I'm sure you'll all join me in taking the opportunity of thanking Phil for a wonderful talk to start the day. Thank you very much. I'm not going to stand in front of the camera, but the next part of the day is a coffee break. So we've obviously got lots of stands up the back, lots of things for sale, lots of things that you can put a donation in a pot. There's some periodicals that we've been given by Discover Your Ancestors. They're usually, I think, about £4 or £5, but if you want to just put in £1 for any of the copies we've got up there, that would be lovely if you want those. And obviously we have the amazing CAB search at the back, who's not Jeff Merriweather. We've kind of made a bit of a video on the surname, but it's all right. Susie's rather embarrassed by that, but just got to share it with everybody. So just call him Jack, it's much easier. Tea and coffee and stuff, I'm sure you've already found them, but straight down the corridor. And if you haven't found the smallest rooms in the building, they're just behind that wall. So if we can reconvene at past for Kate's talk, that would be absolutely marvellous. Thank you.
Right, so
my mother's coming out. I put you down. I mean, in the office with people, I'd say, your mother, my mother is not a ghost still
yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. I just remembered
Oh, what's the hangout?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just made it to me on any of my
Did it just in front just over on the side? Yeah, that's, it doesn't matter, just so you see something. Yeah, thank you.
I just think
So we need to completely. Just make it super gorgeous about that.
I want to make it work. See, it's not anything. Okay. The news is going out on Facebook now. We didn't know this morning. It's just beginning to hit me. I was not thinking this morning. And then now I'm seeing everybody talking about it. I'm beginning to get a bit nervous. So I'm not ill. I'm not ill. No, well, no, it's last I'm not ill. Don't worry.
Right, we're all set to go. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, everyone's. I didn't see anyone else in there.
It's a great pleasure to be and also to say from the British Friendship we are delighted here. The first conference of your organisation, this is a very important landmark, and there's a great deal in common between our two organisations. I think I've got a lot to teach. And certainly the topic that we're dealing with today is something that local employees around the country are really away, and it's something that our association has been involved in for some time, and Kate has been a central member of our council who originating a lot of the work. So she'll be able to tell you a lot more about that. Read about her in your programme, but just particularly to say that the publication is the article that you did recently on the Institute of Historical Research is available on their website and will shortly be available on ours. And put together a lot of interesting ideas that are related to it and the experience. So would you like to introduce it? I think I'm now doing questions. Can everybody hear okay? Well, I very much echo what Jane and Heidi said about being delighted to be here and feeling that we've got so much shared ground in the locality, community, family, and how those two fit together. I want those two stories that we can understand through the evidence offered in those books today. It's going to illuminate in unique ways our understanding of the broader history. I'm just doing some reviews and I hold back to create publications as we might do for the DLH journalists, the local historians. And one of the things I'm looking at is a new diary that I'm doing this study. And I'm doing that. There are websites exactly using several text items and those situations. And in this case, it's the Allenby historical society. Inside the wonderful diary in the local shopkeeper in Manchester, who on the 25th of July 1914 suddenly realised and was just come to notice his own very good spirit under the war, like none other been seen the whole century. And the very beginning experience kind of his diary, he had been doing so before, and he did so every day until November 1918. And the Anglican Historical Society has found them through and the history section and have published it. And it's a wonderful record. So 100 years ago, in the weeks we've just been remembering these local data, one of the first concerns was this fellow shopkeepers should not suddenly cash in every year by putting up websites. With all the data values up together and really to the right in the price and rate to a penny. So huge prices. And then the day before the outbreak was in a bank holiday and everybody was doing their own extensions in their various holiday activities. But they were noticing the non uniforms who were there as a reservist and tourists and school there. And the government then said the rest of the week is about the holiday. And people like buying there at the local level, they realised that there was a real danger of what's going to happen. You can't now get gold in them. And over those first 6 years, the government going to institutionalize and doing those independent. And it was like uncertainty in that was very obvious. And it really made me feel that there are resources to discuss and there are dimensions which really, especially with studies, just really happy to address so I do hope that this is just going to be a late doing and what it's to do with let me just mention, for example, Phil rightly had a lot to say about horses. If you're in a rural area, suddenly there's mass by a lack of horses. And the reason by merit on horses in the Great War and capture. More familiar, might be less likely to hear questions. The question of warming really, in 2 weeks' time, we'll be focusing on the language on social warming. As you say, there is a special intensity of because of the and also because we don't know exactly how many local living areas there are throughout the country. There are tens of thousands. There was a national inventory and I think that was really really surprised me. But I'm very aware of where I it, but I think trying to discipline with parents that there are very many more standards. The industry is to be encouraged by business more than and again, people like us have a role in this to update the system. Also to add to them. I'll use it as an example during my course, the concept of war and how that was used, how that was used. Really, I found that there are some 40 war memorials in the country, which brings us to a key point that the minority war memorials are national on the great majority of them are non-state services, non-state connected, local expression of how people felt about the losses of 440 years ago and how they felt about to in the corporate world, not allow them to commemorate with the right citizens. And that every one of those local communities is how that local communities, local communities, local places, local resources, local tastes. What's the word we use? What's the image we use? Where is the war memorial place? Is it in the church? Is it on the edge of the church? Is it specifically in a public place which is neutral and accessible to everybody in the community? So these kinds of fascinating factors. So those people of the memorial arrive in this place from outside, so much pressure of signaling and money and power and influence, and the truth of point of contact with those who actually know. The same thing about remembrance, not just memorialization. There are rituals of remembrance that go up around it. And it's very much about people who are left behind. So it is about women and children. I think the majority of those who serve in the war survive. And I think we're right to be on the death and minority. So I find myself thinking very much about those who return and how they reacted to local stories and the war in the world. One of the most common events involved in years of the army is should we return to our resources in creating memorials that would make a better life for those who are left, the people who died, to secure their family. So it should be a shelter or a village hall or an hospital or a very or an education social. All of those things are still back all in their own manner of things. So it's a fascinating area of investigation. And there's nothing very standard. So what should get to this? That's the thing. I'm sorry. I hope you were able to. I'm not going to say all that again. So let's start with one example of the local nakedness of war memorials. And some of you may recognise this. This is Iron Bridge, very near to where we are now. And the choice here is interesting. The actual historic Iron Bridge is immediately to the left. So they chose to place their memorial in a creative open space by the seven valley doors, and amid the shops and a small marketplace and a local church just opposite. So really at the hub of the community. They chose not to George's flag over an allegorical figure, they chose Tommy because he was soldier. And there's some interesting dimensions to local memorials, the democratic character of, in this case, the statue chosen, how the names are listed and so on, and this is an example. So here it is with Tommy in amongst the people. Here's the large chap sitting on his bench amongst the flowers. He's just there, in the place of the place. One of the things to remember about memorialisation is perhaps even more meaning than we say to memorial is that early 1960s there were musical decisions made not to repatriate the dead. They're buried where they fell, and so all those extensive rituals, which was very important to make Victorian and Edwardian society, of death notices, mourning cards, forms, very formal funerals, all of those were lost. And that really, as the local contemporary culture, exacerbated terribly the experience. So when you had an opportunity after this challenge expression, a stone memorial and names that was part of the things like that added resonance. These are some Australian deaths from the Australian National War Archives on the Western Front in March 1918. And then, once the war was over, there was responsibility for visiting the place of death, which was buried in the village. Pilgrimage, to some extent, as a tourism, starts 1991. And you see here a visit in northern France, that the cemetery had already been given the British, but not the German or French style, almost between two gardens that planted along the road protected with garden type and flowers. But the settings are still at this stage in the early 20s, the original wooden tools. What gave national memorialisation in the battlefield area shape is the work of the Imperial War Race, signed in 1917. That didn't dictate a style for local memorials back home, although I would say that's was influential. And on here we have time top, the biggest of all the famous British cemeteries. And you see here, from his crossing sacrifice and standard those pink and white gravestones. Four principles that the Imperial War Race Commission established. They were that everyone was prepared to be commemorated by individual names. Second principle, they should be equally treated, buried side by side at 45 and third principle, they should have a permanent marking for exposing. And the fourth principle is all paid to the executive. So it was very much a collective, equal message. They couldn't be buried in the land they died for, and that's the message of a lot of those communities. But the local memorial is not sort of linked in the day with where they, if they have a name, and they developed a commerce in memorials. And on this side, you've got the National War Cross as surveyed by Buckingham Fund. And this is one of the bands which is calculated. And the example here was picked up by the East Chiltern Village War Memorial Committee. memorial cost £115. They were also thinking they would like a roll of honour, which is the traditional thing that everyone has, which is a little space there, but because they spent £115 on their local version of One Piece Memorial Trust, they couldn't afford the roll of honour. So I mentioned the War Memorial Committee there. What do the British do if they've got something they want to organise? They form a committee. And that is exactly what you will find from parish to parish, town to town, village to village. And if you can understand the record of the War Memorial Committee, you can see something that's working and who decided to do what, why, how much money. And this is Colchester in Essex, and this is the name how you live. And what you see here is the very grand step. They actually deliberately created a physical setting at the bottom of their high street and near to their oldest building of social capacity in the background. They received a gift of the site from the High Steward of Colchester, Vice Housing, who also gave £23,000. They demolished a number of houses to create the elaborate setting, and they commissioned to a builder, a designer, an architect, and a sculptor what you do now. So it's really cozy with what was involved in the process. We do have their record, and this is the composition of the Colchester Royal Selection Committee. This case kind of appears in the booklet that was mentioned, so there's not to ponder on this. But just to say what I say, you can just think of how many organisations are involved in this. So this is a collective, very democratic. So the Scout, the National Association of Scout Soldiers, training. It was only in 1921 that the British Legion became the dominant services. Before that, there were a number of rivalries, and different degrees of gratitude about how soldiers should be treated. And so reflected here at Colchester, which started in 1919 through the Standard Memorial, we have services more pensioners, the Catholic Church, the Established Church, the Catholic, the Church Council, the Trades Council, the Labour Party, the Fellows, the Buffaloes, the secondary schools, the Head Teachers Association, all the Guardians, and all the principal local employers, the post office, the gas company. And to get an idea of the multiple belongings of associations that those do have. So I'm sure you're familiar with this. So here you've got the idea of a collective defence memorial, but you will also find them in schools and in local ex-sector. They all talk to the town. And it took a bit of deciding because they had 6 things that you suggested that Colchester might do. It might build a public bath, have a memorial hall, a new school of art, merchant chapel, build a special memorial building, a new block for the Eastern County Hospital, or a monument. They went closely to the monument, as you can see, and they had to identify the sculpture with H.T. Fair. The images depict 18th century. St. George is patron saint, religious connotation, also good overcoming evil, justified violence, slaying the dragon. It's like a whole bundle of peaceful connotations, and Colchester had those 6 pieces in St. George. This example from Colchester They strove for peace, they served for freedom, they died to live. Very much reflected still in the great war of the years, which are 1923, still discerning conviction that they died to live, they died to live. They're not really getting to be skeptical and cynical reflection. And then interestingly, to the honour of the men and women project, we took the kingdom country and very much all by their work, not to win the war, not to prepare them women for it. Really early declarations of it. Thanks be to God. It's a widespread phenomenon to know for the high school from the 18th memorial to the festival service again for the second memorial organization and the late again. Protest is embarrassing about and you can see here members of the armed forces killed as a result of terrorist actions with the end of the Second World War. And the Second World War, and to honour also of those who worked, served and died in the further war of 1939-45. That's the picture you see, isn't it? The further war of 1939. But maybe you think about why they weren't separate of the war of the Second World War, which was more not safe to fewer things that the impact of and the ceremony, local ceremony for unveiling and organizing the world also we talked to ceremony and the concept of they finally got out in 1923, which took several years to create that ceremony. They actually had an official war memorial souvenir and they're very good time and the model like Colchester attracts our attention is very well documented. It's maybe atypical. There's not many places to report that. And this is from the work of Paul Rudjewski, who's done a very interesting volume on ethics in the First World War. He analysed all the war memorials in ethics and tagged them. And 47%, I told you largest number, are simple practice topics. Not everybody who is already sensitive. And 12% crosses, church furniture, roll of honour, stone window, memorial, village hall, only 18 places listed. And just straight down again from the book, rather interesting. So very often we'll be looking at something much more modern. But the registry is quite wide, so let's look at one to examples. Very seldom in my experience do you find overt military imagery shown. So like they do all the rest of us. But this is a rare exception. This is a stained glass window in the church at Bottom Prior in Cambridgeshire. And I don't know if you can check this out. It's got a tank, it's got an aircraft, and it's got a military tank here. And what's on your wall will have something to do with the post. In this case, Ramsey City Added with the local choir, and he paid for the local war. And he spent the war to find scrapbooks of photographs of drawings of military equipment and army. And that's what he wanted the national press were very sceptical about it. And it was commented in the newspapers that this was a pretty bad case. That this was a decision that basically daily debt that is in that case. The morning post just said like it's like you say the windows there. Next to it is perhaps a more familiar type of memorial. This is at Sadlerton, it's called the Religious Project. And you can see that it's not in the church, it's placed on the edge of the churchyard, the main street on this side of the lane here. So it's visible to all. And I'll show you the details there, but the names are simple alphabetical order, with no passage there. That would not have happened in all the world. You know, I think the nature, the experience of the text, seems to change reflected. So they all go together. Within the church itself, there is this stained glass window Lieutenant Colonel Charles Rice Wiley. He won a Victoria Cross and died. He was serving earlier in the period, and he was a landowner member of the community. So this is individualistic towards the dragon, which rather incongruously the portrait head of the in the church, but reflected in the Christian. And when I look more closely at this, Dante Wiley has a whole line, but that's really just his hyphenation. Everybody, and using alphabetical order, and that name there is A. Button. And when I looked in the extension church at St. Ferguson, I found this very modern gravestone, and my eyes drawn to find copies of the big gravestone. And here is Alfred Button. Died 16th October 1980, aged 35 years. And the other two names are Donald Button, born 9th of October 1960. So this man was one week old when Alfred Button was killed. He died only in 1996, and his elder brother, who was 3 years old, born 1913, their father was killed, died only in 2008. And the family choice there was to have the copies with their father and family. And so I would never look at the Royal Memorial just alone. You know, the Dad's line is going there, and the Button family in the central church. They get some idea of social Royal Memorial in all kinds of places. This is one that was done by a particular firm, and lots of private ones. And this is a particular area trying to preserve the reform of the town. And things like those particular and services that can actually scratch and move around. And that's what happens to this Packard and possibility are at Bromford, near Ipswich and Packard. They manufactured fertilizers and in this Packard, the daughters of the old family, they created their own painting room, almost related to food. And their culture is not necessarily public anymore, but perhaps you can see it's divided their world is divided into gas and light, white colour and green. And it's very much taken by order of rank. And here's the Royal Memorial that is very different. Packard closed down. So now, to go to the Franklin Church, here in the local parish church, is this, with the portrait of the who pays for it, who influences it. It's shown here in a very fine Royal Memorial standard in Gloucestershire. Then he was driven down to sell the world to the region by that very slope down the main road. It's very light. And Sunday Village was in the but they chose this position because they wanted this to be in an open place 5 rooms to maybe 2 rooms. And in this case, 1920, we've got a particularly high quality piece of sculpture, which is described by the Catholic buildings in England, outstanding on the Georgian garden by Alexander. And it's so common in print by Philip Scott, reflecting my experience. And this is because Lord Green, who's the lead in the local landlord, he paid for this, and I guess it's really the kind of quality of the artwork. And the choice of epitaph for your tomorrow we live on today. And this is derived from his literature, and that offers the sense that went into the world of changes. No, this is carried off the pocket and so the English translation of Harmonides, epitaph of Spartans at Philosophy. And it was later adopted to Paulina in World War II. And here it is an adopted version. By contrast with that, this is reinforcing this point there, or the more reflecting the resources people in their places. This is Charles, a tiny village church in Oxfordshire. It's had only 2 beds, 1915 to the late in what's called the Great European War. And those pictures are to do with the fact that history is locally connected. It's very, very simple and easy. One general rule that's reflected here is that rural war memorials tend to have a lot more detail in them than urban ones, which they just have the names of projects like names in that local town hall on Gallery Road, which is a huge 6 over 700 names. Indeed, 2 of them are very proportionate. These work out what proportion of that is. Not saying what is the impact, but they have more space. So here we go, with nothing there they done. So that's just one end of the spectrum. A little case study, which perhaps like hold the links to community local history and family history. This is Great Britain in Gloucestershire. And there, the whole world is in the church. This is a tradition perhaps rather than rural community, and the church dominated the place of it. And there are certain names on that. There are no official lists who was a local church. And communities again made their own rules. So perhaps you found same person on the northern like where they went to school, where they moved when they got married, where they went to work, all those things. But there were 13 people of Great Britain considered its own, and here they are. We had a bit of discussion earlier about which unit people serve. In rural areas, the tend not to would have carried battalion belonging, because the workers had to come back to make up a whole battalion. But you do get, especially in the 1460s period, the volunteer period, you do get block volunteering, and you do get concentration in local weapons. But you can see here that there are 8 different units of those 16 men in one village, with Gloucestershire, and one chap in the Army Capital. You can also see the places of death and overwhelmingly Western front. This is one other kilometre. Notice that 2 died after this one, and I would find that rather sad. and you can see the date up there. We didn't use anybody for it, it was for 30 years before, and then 7 in 1969, 2 in 1970, 3 in 1980. So that year, 16, 2016, the very same year, very, very tough. And I don't know if you can see that, but so, Fred so, was so, after so, after so. So, and how it looks so far. So, and they were quite long. And here, Great Britain's been left forward. Because remember the film James Private Ryan, central storyline is about an American family, 3 or 2 families being killed, and of course, the story was about the season, and the American authorities got to take them out because the propaganda was that you know, every brother man and oftentimes brothers on more than 5 because I think the main and so the taxes removed attention around so in the commitment I used to stand for how to do the family history investigation. I think in a country like this, probably by definition experts I won't go into but just to say that apart from Stone Wall, this is some very interesting research for all but one of those things, actual photographs. And this makes me think how much the impact of the death and ways in which we can remember it's not just public history, but during the year. People went to their local conferences, they got their participation in their families, had their participation in their Scotland and and this is no additional in the extremely practical. And to me, seeing those like guiding the church, in fact, having some private land as the members and I'm probably thinking the again, I think it's the area where we as local community because do because there are these photographs. What happens when people die? Before ever you watch this in the world, you begin to get heat trends, colleagues with photographs. This is a feat tried in Bellamy Street in Hull, in East Yorkshire. And there's a grave roll of honour, and then there's photographs of the local chairs, pictures of the royal family, paper chains, remember making paper chains, pictures they've got back again. This is right at the end of the war, but they're also celebrating history, but they're also remembering. And we've set up this street sign, and here's the different decorations. And can you see it's the women and the children who were the leaders in the grassroots unofficial churches and citizens had a bit of trouble coping with it because it was a bit spontaneous and they feel it was very easy and it was outside their region. So I think it's very interesting. I think you could select photographs, recollections a rare example is in St. Albans, some of you may know it. They use big contrast, here are 3 of them. And this is really laying clay. This is Bardwell Road, Oldham. But here is one of the Whittington beds, Walter Davis stories, private in the Worcestershire Regiment, died in 1916. And I listened to the case study of one thing that school is using is Commonwealth Wardens Commission was that they got on this memorial the wrong place to pack down the wall. So do cross-check with triangulated sources. The other thing I found by looking at local newspapers is how much they sort of proxy for the property element. They put in investment, and the great difference is every one they get. They have memorials, the story, they rang the bell, people paid in the flowers, they were peaceful people. All that kind of problem of the members of the community. So just to say that Lady Samuel's recollection, and I found 4 quality souls. Personal recollection, particularly Saga magazine in 2001, we found the stories of 5 cell cells went to it, and the daughter of the country in Philip Bucket that their mother Annie must be well off. I mean, it really makes you think about, you know, it's just a sanitized thing that we do. It's much. This is so the mother kept a candle going in the window behind the cottage and it spread to the body of the family. And thirdly, in the family recollection, she wouldn't stand to the stage of peace not five times. But that individual section, the number of factors but there actually is a second sentence that you wouldn't stand to the stage of before. She stood just once at my school, actually, meeting school, so it's not too embarrassing, but it was painful. Sometimes one wants to get contentious, and this is the case study again in a Dorchester Kennedy in Oxfordshire. And there they had a shrine in the Abbey Church, the Parish Church, and they had a very Anglo-Catholic system who lived just nearby in the world of parsonage. And he wanted George as a dragon with £250 in the church. And the local community dragged their priest. Before man was elderly, he died at the end of his 40s, still no more than that. They rescinded the decision of tourism and made a decision to put up a memorial in the Navy Street without George as a dragon. And the representation on that was second year, 1 year, so don't be surprised if you can end up with several memorials. This is Iceland in Oxfordshire. And in the church, this is just rather Anglo-Catholic year with the name of the British Union. So from 1921, the British Union was amended by all the and then the edge of the church, you see now some a Calvary, which is a very Catholic image. There was a series on the road and the church and here's one in the Oxfordshire. But the main thing is what I would do, is up the road at the main Catherine. And I think it is image where Robert Gray is also what I call that, when the third skeptical anti-war which I do that in the early 20s, Gray was actually resident in Bristol in Iceland. And he served as a Labour member in the Parish Council. He was the only Labour member. He recollects that the servicemen coming home from the war, since they got the Rescuers organised, they wanted a recreation they got on the memorial. We had to find you inside that road from the man himself to do a reflection and the essence of it. So he was actually contribute to the Remembrance Day service at the church on the last of the reminders. And he read a piece poem about the dead body. This is that this one album but Grace said that the very king called on ex-services where their mother was discounted. I remember the occasion. They all went to take it on the way. So a slightly contested ground when it comes to the rituals of the night. If you're interested in this, do look at these pictures, starting with the choreography and the content of the unveiling. This example is depicted in Northamptonshire, and you can see the clergy, the church wards of their stage, a senior military figure, a Union flag. But most of all, this row here, the older men, the women, the children, these are the stories of the families that we refer to them. And there's usually a newspaper report or a tremendous exposure that will tell you what things we've done, who spoke, sometimes who said what. What justifications for the experiences, how are we understanding these. And then through the 20s, this is taken stuff that goes in 29, the repeated rituals. So here's take war memorial, the way those tones, here is slightly flatter, the younger women generation left behind that, plus the clergy and standards of the ex-service organisation. The context in which war memorial and youth testament is causes is a small number of examples of them. So this is Ireland. Have you ever thought about war memorials in Ireland? This is at Chettenden, which is on part of the rivers and counties of Ireland, part of County Donegal. So the creation of the Free State, half of the rivers in Northern Ireland and the other half of the rivers in the Free State. Very different context for them. Memorials in the south until recently have either been reviled with examples of a sexual justice, all that is changing recently. The memorials in the north have so here the memorials of Chettenden, in that context, this is the All Ireland First World War Memorial, the Great War 1948. And then just down the street is this, which is a memorial to four local Republicans who died as they fighting against British forces in 1923. But I guess most of us won't be at that time. Here's Oldwell in Suffolk, which kind of like today. This is now four memorials in one. It was unveiled in 1971. It wasn't located in the church. There wasn't more war memorial done by the Greek partner of the Gallup unveiled before the end of the year, actually in the church, and his son and other members. When it came to connect with the memorial, they wanted to be down on the seafront by the before the and had an exhibition accessible to design. Local people had a say in what was elected, and they also opened an institute, which is staff on the flow where they were now using paper. So it was a two-part memorial. And on this memorial, there are 83 men and 1 woman in there, overwhelmed in armour there. With somebody from the New Zealand expedition where a lot of emigration from this community to the women of Australia, New Zealand, Canada in particular. These are the young men who came back to fight in another country during the First World War, and they are regarded as local and they are honoured in the connection. So we've got them. What are the other 3 memorials? The Second World War, 25 children. So that ratio is 4 to 25. Then there are 23 men and 3 women who died as a result of war operations and training areas. They blew up a whole lot of landmines and and the 4th one to do with CIA reaction, a local post office from so this has become a collective war now to borders on war and to civilians as well as civilians. And it's clear now that the it's very funny actually because around the rituals of the land, there is where people fall out as to where the number they do gather for them, they then march up the hill. So my final image, whenever I look at a war memorial and I find myself looking at the memorial, there's a tremendous amount by all means, this is the way we sit there and we sit there and how we do it. This is just beyond the space to serve, and it still takes what is happening in the war. So here is a 1940 photograph. This man, I guess, in the age of 30 was second year and contemplating his local and First World War memorial for England's home and peace. That's what they died and that's what I'm sure lots of questions, like we had in the first question. You'd like to of the types of yeah, it's in the book. The authorities were absolutely adamant that college should not be investigated. The report has a tremendous pressure, especially from those who use the and there was no parliamentary debate, not what they actually ended with, whether that case was being there. Obviously, a number of people have delayed. The other thing you find is that particularly officers doing that field that marks the original area of place. On the back of it. And you can find those in the churches so they've got the connection with the actual place of time to recognise them.
More of a comment. after his birth, over the memorial, and also the family memorial. And I always thought that idea of memorial start after the end of everyone. Looking at local papers and the 1916, they were really talking about memorial and not only about the so it was still moving to the war, they were really talking about it. And I was quite happy happened to try and do it.
That's why, as I was saying, I got more and more interested in what happened to the journey. And in the first chapter of the design, I mean, I do think that we were speaking earlier about the boom to business, the global businesses that they also do. The sad thing is, it's so I want to do is try to find that concept. I put you on the sad thing is the management experience at the level. One of the facts when I put you on the research is with the backdrop. And I don't think but I think that's the perfect concept. I gave everything one time to do memorial project. We'd like to research what takes place. Let's say in the 80s, 74 war memorials in France and in the last year, we received that number. So there are a lot. They can also, if you follow the definitions on the war memorial site, they can also from a public proceeding and everything is doing. So when you go into it, you'll just look at the window of the memorial, check out the documentation, check out business, check out the labels, check out views, everything, and you will rumble sake, she's very acutely aware of the timing. A big round of applause to Kate, thanks very much for that. Already in the week. So if you can just give us a bit of time to switch over the microphones and then down at the end you can take the
I actually started my career as a U.S. Air Force, and I had a nickname when officer training, and I was called Billy. Are you ready? Are you ready to come to the future? Can't start yet. Very good. I think I'll be many people know as our one to one mark, but if you haven't get this our own she's the first to three of us today who are going to do what we've done with our one place study as we know World War One. It's hard to be quiet. And as my husband knows, especially my wife, his wife, he's aware that you're sorry for long. Oh yeah, I was supposed to mention that. Sorry, but we all like to have gone into this longer because I want you now on this floor. We can go to walk. It's almost just Christian events today. Thanks to all of you for coming today. I'm sure I've talked with most of you over email. I'd also like to say thanks very much to the case. And I also have a special thanks for Susie, who has managed to schedule me right after Billy Case. So thank you for that. I think I owe you one there. The other thing before we get started, I'd just like to say, don't worry about all this. If you need to get hold of me, just go and ask you if study about it. Okay? Now, let's see. Okay. I want to introduce you to my place. For anybody here who sent me the introduction to my place, my brother, bear with me. So, Brian Covelli, not to be confused with Covelli, is sits if I zap somebody, it sits right west of Dartmoor and Oakland, and it's on a really quite beautiful I tell you, it's topped with a barrel of clay, so you really can't do too much out there. Except I really you can cattle it based on like the Iron Age or something. But it's a really beautiful piece of country. And my very favorite place in it is up here. That is an 18th century survey map of East Cape Farm. And if anybody hasn't heard of East Cape, that happens to be my grandmother's place. So this is the ancestral home of my grandmother. Now, my family left there in the 1550s. So I've got a little problem with researching what's south of here. But I'm interested in that. So and I couldn't have been more pleased after about 400 years in the state that somehow when I discovered this was my grandmother's ancestral home, I was within 1 hour away. So anyway, So Cracker Valley is, 50 farms, so when the manor land finally sold off in 1919, it probably bubbled up to about 70 farms, because they sold it off in 20 lots, but big farms, 100 to 400 acres or so. It's got a beautiful village, and you have to picture going down into this village. It's not far from the motorway, but you really can't get in there through the motorway. And you have to wind through these really ancient little lanes, and they've got these big steep banks that I think, I saw it coming from the thing, they probably command those back. So you really feel like you're in this like tiny historical place. When you get in there, the first thing you see is St. Mary's Parish Church. It's just an overlook. Most of them now still 19th century cottages, remnants of much older things. St. Mary's is the wonderful place. It's a little bigger than what you expected for a parish of this number of people. It has, most of the time, it's had about 4,500 people throughout its history, kind of bubbled up in the early 1800s. But it's sprawling and things now. Got a lot more power. But anyway, St. Mary's is a very old church. You kind of cross the Christian doorstep, and you come in, and then you see the Norman pond over here. And in the 1990s, you took the white lines on the wall and started doing that. And first they found these like scriptures from the 17th century, so kind of further. They just build on that further in the back to the wall. So you can't see them in entirety, but I've got boards set up down there. The only other thing I'd like to mention about this, the parish is this is Everfield Manor. This was the last resident, or the residence of the last lord of the manor. He died, his wife died in 1915, and the manor later graduated to that. Now, Everfield was built in the early 19th century, and it's one of the most spectacular properties that it's only down to 11 acres now, 100 acres still, sold in 1919. But I just want to tell you about this because this little manor house brought some fame to my very quiet little village that really never makes newspapers or rarely. When the story broke on Princess Diana and James yeah, okay, that's what he used to do. Now, Cracker Valley has a church. It used to have a school. It used to have a post office. It's got an inn. So you can only imagine the media. So there it is. Now, let's move on to the, what I'm really going to talk about today is more about how I'm about to hopefully, I know for those of us who've gone and joined me in the process, those who are going to get these studies at the social at a later time. Hopefully, simple plan, find out who the guys were, try and put together their stories, try and characterize a little bit about them as a group, and then share. Your talk, Kate, was interesting, and I'm sorry I didn't have a better picture. In fact, this year, although my husband is Mark, he frozen, but cleaned up, and we moved to the senior place. There's only 5 names on this memorial. They have the rank, the name, the regiment, but they've got that cleaned up, and that sits on the little village green in front of the church. So it's a bit of a public area, but it's also the in front of the church. I think that green's been salt pit for a long time, but it's still about the most public area in my work there. And while I'm on this chart, I'd just like to point out, so she ran our annual project, and she made it ideas for how to conduct this. I personally found it very helpful. But for anybody who's still in the study, you go back and look at put out the website and the newsletters and go back. So let's start with one name on the memorial, and that is Private Nicholas Palmer. I picked Nicholas for a reason. And that is because there's still very few left. Mary Palmer is like the great niece still lives in the old post office. And say there's virtually no one with real changes there. But Mary was postmistress from 1961 until post office closed. And her family was postmasters since the post office closed. So she's got 3 cottages together that they really didn't own until the post office. She's there, and every time we go to visit her, she just opens the door. Oh, look what I've got here. So it's just popped all over her cottage, and she has just been very kind to us. So here's our fellow. Here's young Nicholas. Look, I think these guys have been hunting. I don't really know exactly what they told him, but anyway. Is it rabbit? Yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad you could see that. So do those look like good Devon boys there? So there's our Nicholas. Now, what are the sorts of places that I went to get data on Nicholas? Okay, here's his baptism record. Son of Nicholas Magnus. Guess what Nicholas' father did? Taylor and postmaster. Okay. We can see him up here in the 1911 census with his brother John and his 82-year-old grandmother Jane Alfiers. And the boys are both working as postmen. And in addition, you might notice John is 35 years old in 1911 census. Now all 5 of the Palmer boys served in the war. So John was serving really about the age of 42. I'll tell you a little bit more about him later. Here is Nicholas's metal card, and you can see just a few cornrows.
Get an opinion from you on this, but this was the medal that Mary had of Nicholas. And looking it up, it looks to me like it's the ribbon for the Victory Medal and the medal for the British War Medal. Mm-hmm. But anyway, that's what you get with family mementos, right? That is definitely Nicholas's medal that they've kept. And the other thing you can only barely see here, this says he died for freedom and honor. It has his name, Nicholas Palmer. Mm-hmm. This was the memorial plaque given to next of kin when they lost a loved one in the war. So we've been very, very lucky. I should have mentioned too, this is the announcement of his death in the local newspaper. So lots of sources for finding information. Obviously, on some of the other fellows, I don't have the personal mementos, but just look broadly. You'll find stuff in all kinds of places. Just to mention a couple other folks that I found along the way, and I was actually looking not only for all those who served. I kind of left it open. My parish is not big in terms of people, so I just went for any soldiers I could find. I've focused on World War I, but I've got a booklet back there, and you'll see I was happy I was picking up guys from the 1800s up through World War II. But you'll find some good challenges along the way. This fellow, I saw in the local newspaper, he received the Distinguished Service Medal fighting in Gallipoli, and I went to figure out who he was. And I was clipping along and doing just fine until in 1911, I found him on 2 separate ships off the coast of Devon. And I kind of went, okay, now get this. Now my little parish doesn't have people with the same names, okay, but we definitely did have here. So here we've got 2 fellows born within 3 months of each other, okay, both by William Parsons. Both had parents, John, farm laborers. They both were right there in the Bratton Valley area. What found me up is I wasn't seeing one of them because they were just slightly a few miles away, and I wasn't picking them up in some of the local records. But they were both with their parents in 1891. 1901, they were both working as farm laborers just outside Bratton Valley. One enlisted as a Boy Scout sailor in 1902, one in 1904, both on ships off the coast of Devon in 1911. Both served 22 years and both became chief stokers. So I think you'll find some really interesting stories in here. And I thought you also might like this one. There's some things you think maybe are modern day occurrences, but don't be so sure, okay? He picked up some snipers out there in Gallipoli too, and they were dressed up. They turned out to be women, so just keep an eye out for things like that. I'll also just mention, you'll get some mysteries too. There are probably about 3 people who I'm really not sure and haven't really been able to place who I found, but let me just mention Mary Jane Heath, because she's really got me a little bothered. So Mary Jane, born Mary Jane Charlotte, Hague Hall in Hague, Yorkshire. So you can guess this woman has probably got a pretty nice lifestyle. Wife of Richard Heath. They were in Sussex and they moved into the old rectory in Bratton Clovelly in about 1903, and she was widowed by 1908. And she stayed in Bratton Clovelly for another decade. And Doman's is really quite a nice residence, as you might imagine. Both her daughters married in Bratton Clovelly. She shows up on the absent neighbor military voter list in 1918. In fact, I think it is on that. It may be on the regular voters list, because on the regular voter list they do identify absent neighbor military voters. But on one of them, she shows up, and I'm thinking, what is it? She's back at Doman's in 1919. She dies. Now, she was in her 60s then. She dies in Mary Tavy, right on the edge of Dartmoor, a few years later, and leaves £10,000 for her daughters. I talked to Alex about this, and she said, well, maybe she was a nurse, but I have this real distinct feeling that this woman never lived a day in her life. You know? I kind of got her more like, well, maybe she was a model horror or something. I don't know, but anyway, you'll find some mysteries, so just keep an eye out for them. So I kept on with the data collection, and in the end, I found 71 soldiers and sailors from a parish. 80% were resident in the parish when the war started. Some others had been born there or married there, and then there were several I picked up because their parents were from there. This represented at least 60% of the fellows aged 18 to 42 in the parish, okay? And I would say this is an understatement, because for some with common names, I couldn't absolutely distinguish that their service record, and so I'm sure there were others who served, and have actually found 3 since the time I compiled these statistics. So my suspicion is this is going to go up closer to 70% if I really had the full sort. And I didn't even include Mary Jane in my statistics. So anyway, it was massive. Mostly found, I found the best sources. You get information on them in the censuses and in the parish registers, but I probably only identified several new from those sources. My biggest sources were the voter list, including the regular and the absent voter list, and the local newspapers. Now, the local newspapers are great, and I sat through every one from 1910 to 1920. Every paper that said Bratton Clovelly, I looked at it, okay? You may get something, most of the time, you'd either get Private N. Palmer, and you go, well, who is that? Or I got some who were mothers, okay? Mrs. Mountjoy's son was home on leave. Well, Mrs. Mountjoy had stepsons, so I didn't know that Mrs. Mountjoy's son didn't have the same name as her. So you have to do some tracking down, but you can get stuff on the ones who became prisoners of war, the ones who got commissions or got honors, the ones, of course, who were wounded or died, and the ones on leave. So those are terrific sources, and I would take the time to step through them. In addition, you have loads of other sources for finding further information, and that will depend a lot on where you guys were right before the war, as well as where they went after the war. Now, I don't know where all my fellows went, but quite a few immigrated, and I won't really know till I do parish reconstitution later where some of them ended up, but there's a whole variety of sources. The other thing I checked out was this medical status. So 18% of my fellows died, And I think that's against about 13% from a national average. I'm going to pick up more who died. There's more information on the fellows who died. So I think that's probably explains the anomaly. And it's a small sample size, but probably explains the anomaly. Another 10% were wounded and 14% had other medical conditions. One typical one was the guys who went to the Middle East got dysentery. Okay, that would come up. Others had conditions that were aggravated by their war service. And when you look at the national statistics of about 25% or so wounded, I suspect that may be looking at both the wounded and other medical conditions, but I'll have to check that out. Bottom line is, those not far off, half of these guys had medical, were either died or had medical issues, and these were healthy young men. So it's really quite shocking when you start to look at the numbers. Now, what did I do next? I had this big spreadsheet where I throw a row in every time I found something on a guy. I said, how am I going to share this information? So I started to pull together stories. So here's Nicholas's story, and I got some of the key dates up here and their service information. And thank you for the picture of Tynecott, because that is where Nicholas was buried, where they were living in Bratton Valley and the relationship to the parish. And then I tried to find anything else I could find. I tried to put in kind of a narrative form, because I had in mind I wanted to be able to hand this to somebody and say, hey, you know anybody who might know this guy or know something about this fella? The only thing I'll mention, I won't go through Nicholas's whole story, but I found, I think from a newspaper article, that he was commemorated on a post office plaque. And I went over to, Mark and I went over to Oakhampton and tried to find this post office plaque. And of course, got down to the post office and it looked quite modern. And it had a little plaque that said, you know, in honor of World War I, but no name. So we said, you know where this might be? They sent us to the library. Well, it ended up, it was in this little museum of Dartmoor life there in the in Oakhampton. And we had gone in, and the people at the front desk didn't have a clue what was in that museum. And we wandered around the whole thing, and right at the end, down in a dark corner at the bottom of the step, was the big post office plaque. And it had Nicholas at the top, but it also had a bottom part of those who served, and that had his brother John on that part too. So it's just a wonderful find. So we put together stories and tried to keep reasonable track of the sources for these soldiers. And what I did, and I put one of these on the table now, is I put that together in a booklet. And actually, this is, so all these stories of these guys are here. And I say there was only about 3 we couldn't really track down. There's also information on fellows from World War II, because some of them, 3 of my guys served in both wars. And there's also some on the fellows from 1800. And in fact, I just threw in all but the kitchen sink, so I even had the 1569 muster roll in here. So you can take a look. And this is available on my website, or you can get a hold of me if you want. It's just a PDF copy, but I was able to take this to the parish and leave it with them and say, okay, if anybody has any information, let me know. Now for the, we ran a few simple analyses, and again, I've got another booklet back there that says ideas for analyzing military data. So it's just some starter ideas on, you know, ages at death. It shows a couple of the guys who died later after the war, things like that. But you might want to take a look. And again, if anybody, you know, really likes this kind of stuff, which I love this kind of stuff because I'm an IT type. But just let me know, and you're welcome to that. But just a couple of things here. Birth year, as I said, 1876 to 1901 was the years I checked. Now, a couple of other, you know, old salts who'd been in the military long before, but 1876 to 1901 were people who joined up in World War I for the first time. Average age obviously went up at the end. Service regiment, okay, Phil, there's our Devonshire regiment. A lot of the fellows know the next line is Royal Navy, because the farmers didn't just go into the British Army. This one I loved, and you won't, as I say, there it's in the booklet, but I looked at the occupation of the people they were raised by as well as their own occupation, if they were old enough to have one. Very egalitarian. Okay, this caught everybody. Okay, there's farm laborers, farmers, schoolmasters, clergy. Everybody was involved in this. And the other thing I did was that doesn't show up well. From the 1845 tithe map, I had derived a map of all my farms and stuff. And I just placed the residences of the guys who went into World War I on that. And again, you can see it's all over the parish. The little cluster in the center is Bratton Village, which about 20–25% of the folks live in. But I found that really interesting. And you can also guess that of the farms that didn't send soldiers, they may well have been the families of the spouses of those soldiers, because you know, a lot of them would have married right in the parish. I'm close. Okay, now for the really fun part. This is a really rewarding part. Was really sharing all along, as I said, for those of you who didn't participate in the project, check out the forum. There was discussions throughout the year that Alex was prompting us with. We also had several hangouts, and Alex led a few that were quite excellent. But then she got in Susie Grogan, who studied mental illness in World War I. And for any of you who haven't seen that, that's on our YouTube site. You really ought to. It's really interesting. And Susie has just recently published a book. I think it's called Shell Shock. Yeah, very, very good. In addition, I have my own site, so I put the records up. So I have like World War I, Roll of Honor, those who served in World War I to II, and I have those available on my site. And I did a little blog and put my little booklet up and made that available, and was just asking if people could get in touch if they knew folks. And I'll show you what we came up with. So I got, can you believe these guys? These are young soldiers, and they died within 6 months of each other in World War I. I got contacted by a fellow in South Australia who sent me this book, Farmers, Devon to South Australia. This family, John Rundle, who sent me this, was a descendant of a couple who left Bratton Clovelly in the latter 1800s with their 5 children and immigrated to South Australia. And they had farms out there. I was telling some people earlier this morning. They named one farm Bratton. They named one farm Holmesworthy, which is another good Devon, West Devon name. But anyway, John sent this and asked me to deposit it with Tavistock Museum and Museum of Dartmoor Museum. But I think I'm going to get them to send me another, because I'm not giving up mine. Yeah, I'm going to get it down to the Devon Record Office. It's wonderful. But I just wanted, Lynn and Ellis both died. They were first cousins. They were the first generation born in South Australia. And I just want to read what you might find if you share what you found, you know, what you might find in return. It is understood that Henry, Ellis's father, returned to the house soon after Ellis's death and announced Ellis has gone. The family could not understand how Henry came to that understanding. Nevertheless, this prepared them for some time later when a rider on a white horse approached the farm, as was customary for the local policeman when delivering news of the soldier's death. So I just would really encourage y'all. Sorry, I think these guys are beautiful young men, but anyway, very rewarding to share. In addition, and this one even gets a little bit better. Okay, so we're over at Mary's one day, and she's rifling through and pulling out. Oh, here's an autograph book. Okay, now this autograph book had entries up to about 1914-15. Started thumbing through it, and I saw these sketches and poems and stuff, and I was recognizing some of the soldiers. I'm recognizing names of the soldiers we've been finding. And I said, well, what is this, Mary? And she said, this was the autograph book of Edith, Nicholas's sister, who was a teenager at the time, so she would have known all these boys. On the very last page, there was this picture, and it's a Navy officer, if you can look at it, putting the ring on the finger of a girl. And it's signed A. Bowles. Well, Arthur was on the Bratton Clovelly World War I memorial. So he died on the Somme on 1st of July. His picture had been stuck in the book later, and it had a poem that Edith has written about him. And it turned out she was his sweetheart. Mary went on to tell me that Edith, a few years after the war, had an illegitimate child. She stayed there at the post office where Mary's still living today, and she died in the 1990s. So if you want to find information, be sure and get what you find out so that others can see it, because otherwise you will have no idea about this sort of thing. Is it done? No, and never is. Very excited about the World War I unit diaries. I've seen them for some. Cannot wait. Hope some of you have probably dug into those. Incredible records. New officer records out. We got some really interesting officers in my parish, and I'm going to find out about their careers now. More to learn about the Devonshire Regiment, and I showed one of the books. I went down to the Keep, and I would recommend that you check out your regimental museum if you're able to. And they had a wonderful 3-volume set on the history of the Devonshire Regiment, which really, I don't know, Phil, you said some of them were a little weaker, but the Devonshire Regiment's been around a very long time, and I think even those original musters and militias guys kind of fed into that. Mentioned, got immigrants to track down, because these guys did, a number immigrated, and then to take a closer look at World War II, because I've gotten a start on that. So I'd say a good few years, but I am retiring in 2 months, and I can't wait to get on. Just to finish, take the time to get to know these guys' stories. It's very moving. I'm sure you'll find it very rewarding, and you're going to find some really interesting stories that will just move your heart. Because this is personal to me, I will never miss out the opportunity of my own family, and I just want to show you a couple things that, as you go dig into your parishes, don't forget that you've been entrusted with things too that future OPSers may be interested in. For example, this is the bosun's whistle of a boy sailor who climbed up to the crow's nest faster than anybody else and spent 40 years aboard Royal Navy submarines. And I just got one more, if I can do it without crying. Or you might have the flag given to the next of kin in a military burial. So take good care of them and enjoy your study. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim. That was amazing. I don't think I'm going to be the only one who's going to be, shall we say, borrowing some of your writing. And I know, as Kim said, she'll be more than happy to share what she's done and how she's done it with anybody who'd like to ask her. You've got time just for a couple of questions, if anyone would like to.
They're all thinking like
Kim is here.
It isn't actually a question, it's just a comment. You talk about finding information in strange places. The second cousin of my wife has inherited a load of family archive, which includes the correspondence between her great uncle and his fiancée, later his wife.
Yeah.
Which went on from 1913 right through to the end of the war. He served at Loos and the Somme and Birmingham and various other places. But he is now publishing that on the internet as a blog, with each of the love letters being posted 100 years to the day after they were written. And it shows not just their personal relationships, but it actually is forming a complete story of what things were like where Arthur was. In some cases, how military operations went ahead. I wouldn't have had any idea how they protected the railway from Winchester to Andover in the weeks before the beginning of the war, if we'd not had those records. All kinds of strange things can come out of personal letters. So look for them.
Absolutely agree.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Sorry. Right, well, in that case, I think, oh, Kirsty's waving there.
So I can say something for that. Go and say thank you, and then I'm going to go.
Okay. Let me please thank Kim once again for her excellent presentation.
Okay, just a few housekeeping bits before I get to all those lovely bits. Lunch, we were going to be going down the building and into a different building, but we very cunningly managed to get lunch served